The following is a presentation of the Disc Golf Pro Tour on Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of the 2022 Waco Annual Charity Open. This woman, Evelina Salonen, trying to reclaim her title that she previously picked up in 2020.
Early season, I think anything can happen. We've had a really rich history of different winners here. I think the storylines that the media might have about who's going to do well here right now are not going to be the same ones at the end of the week. I think people love this course because of the dichotomy between the open and the wooded. It's wonderful that, we're back here at Waco.
And in just a few hours, this is where it's going to end. Hole 18 at the Beast. Couldn't ask for a better setting here on a Sunday morning. Hello again and welcome everyone. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, alongside four-time world champion and Hall of Famer Valarie Jenkins. And Val, I've already got chills just thinking about what we're going to see this morning.
Yeah, and I have no doubt that these players are anxious, nervous. Anything can happen out on this course, and we've seen it in the previous years. I mean, leading down the stretch, you can have as many strokes stacked up, but in those final finishing holes, drama can happen.
Evelina Salonen has the lead, so we're going to take a quick look at a few of her notable statistics provided by Paragon. Of course, jumping right off the page at us, that first in strokes gained tee to green. You also see her first in parked, but there's a few other surprising ones there too, isn't there, Val?
Yeah, putting is not doing her any favors this weekend. In that first round, she actually had 0% C1X putting. But that was because she was so accurate with her drives, with her upshots in the woods, and she was right underneath the basket. But yesterday, she had a little putting issues. I know she had some putting issues last weekend at the Memorial, so let's hope she doesn't get all that doubt in her head and she can kind of calm the nerves.
Well, that's going to be tough to do because five-time world champ Paige Pierce is trying to hunt her down as well. She's done it here in the past. I think she's going to be looking to do it again today. We're going to rewind back to 2018 at this very course. She was trying to hunt down Sarah Hokum, who had the lead. In fact, had a sizable lead going into the final round.
She did. Yeah, she came into this final round 6 strokes back of Sarah Hokum. Paige ends up shooting a 6 down in the final round. Sarah Hokum 1 over. But this is where the drama is. I mean, you could be playing as well as Paige did here, but on hole 17, Paige gave 4 strokes back to Sarah. So almost flip-flopping the lead. Came down to 18. It didn't matter. She wins the event by 1. That's how close this tournament can be. No matter how well you're playing, you cannot take any shot for granted.
That is the tap in, and as you said, she went on to win it by 1. Looks like she's going to be ready to go. And you think about Paige and the victories that she's had the lead going into the final round, but all too often she can come back and she'll hunt you down from any deficit. What does that feel like for you?
It's scary, Terry. I've been there. I've lost the tournament because Paige Pierce is on my heels.
Well, we're kicking things off as our announcer just let us know we've got Macy Valadiaz on the tee.
Next up for your 10:04 a.m. tee time from Plano, Texas, let's hear it for Paige pairs. Next to tee for your 10:04 a.m. tee time from Bell Buckle, Tennessee, Holly Finley. Rounding out your 10:04 a.m. tee time from Rosebud, Arkansas, Kat Birch.
These players landed in the out of bounds, but instead of taking it down in that gully, they're choosing to re-tee, get a better vantage point. And that's going out of bounds on the right-hand side.
Wow, and if Paige is going to try and hunt down our leader, she just made it that much more difficult. Let's take a quick look at our Canna current conditions. Temperature already at 46 degrees, so a little bit of an increase from the previous 2 days. Wind is very mild right now, just 7 miles per hour. And I feel like that south to southwest is almost the exact opposite of what we were looking at 24 hours ago. I believe it was a north wind. So conditions continuing to change and evolve throughout the entire weekend. Today should be the warmest day of the 3, though. Big thanks to Canna, as we're happy to have you as a proud sponsor and supporter and partner here on the Disc Golf Network. And Kristen Tatar, who is sitting with a 3-stroke deficit to Evelina, will be getting ready to tee off in just a few minutes. So some incredible putting and performances that we've seen from her. However, also caught a few bad breaks, and I feel like that could be said of almost every woman out in the field here when you're playing the Beast.
Yeah, and it can be dangerous if you're too confident in your putting. You might be tempted to go for some very dangerous putts. We saw it happen to Paige on the shortest hole of the course in the first round. We saw it happen to Kristen on hole 18. Going for those death putts with out of bounds so close, it could bite you. But also, we know aggressive play can also allow you to score low.
And Pierce's approach also comes up short. She's going to leave herself with a little bit of a putt here to get started.
And truly thinking about the weather and how it has drastically improved throughout the days. I mean, 30-mile-an-hour winds on our first round. We had some rain. It was absolutely freezing. Yesterday, beautiful weather, very little wind. We saw, double, triple the amount of birdies from the first day. So the players got to feel a little bit more comfortable. And now today, it's when you have to leave it all out on the table. And I'm glad to see perfect conditions.
Last year, Owen Scoggins finished second here at the event. Today, she sits in second going into the final round. She has a 2-stroke deficit to Evelina. And she openly admits that distance is not her strong suit. However, we see just how deadly she is on the green, and it feels like we talk about it all the time. Well, it is her greatest strength. Well, that and her super positive attitude, of course.
I think Owen has a wonderful chance. You know, she is kind of that underdog. We don't see own taking down big tournaments. She's usually right there in the mix. She's making everything exciting, but this could absolutely be Own's chance. She played well last year, and she's already off to a great start. She's in the perfect position to pounce.
Holly Finley's first birdie attempt is short. She moved up 7 positions yesterday to find herself on the chase card. She shot 3 under. I believe that was one of the best rounds out there. And a very rough start here for Paige Pierce. Anything we can take away from the opening hole from Pierce?
We've seen it before. Paige bogeying the first hole. That just fires her up. So hopefully that sparks something inside of her to get on a tear. But I don't think a first hole can tell you much about how the rest of the round's going to go.
And we're going to take a look at our UDisc course close-up. This course established back in 2003. I can't imagine how tough it was when it first went in, even though it's been worn in for almost 20 years. Also, this is the invention of the Nico arrows that debuted in 2017 when Nico had arrived late, and then they were telling us exactly how many positions he was moving up. Course record 59 by Owen Scoggins last year. She'd love to channel some of that to bring it into this year's final round. The par for the women is 67, and of course, we invite you to go out, download UDisc, which has over 13,000 courses listed. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. And UDisc also used here in the studio along with the broadcast and used by tens of thousands of people worldwide on udisclive.com as well, giving you all the stats and information as you're watching the premier events. Here's Macy Valadiez.
Hole 2, it's 531 feet, par 4. The first drive is just a big placement shot. Get it out there as far as you can, get past the trees. And then the second shot is more of that distance control and power with OB sidewalk circling the basket.
That's turned over and heading a little bit to the right.
It's getting close to the sidewalk on the right-hand side, but she's plenty safe.
And just as Macy's shot did, coming in short of that tree, but this has more distance, a huge drive for Kat Murch. And if you're joining us on YouTube here for Championship Sunday, we want to invite you to come check out the Disc Golf Network. You maybe missed out on rounds 1 and 2. Well, you wouldn't have if you were a subscriber here on the network. PDGA members receive free coverage for few select events, but also a 50% monthly subscription discount at just $5.99 if you're a PDGA member. You can find us on discgolfnetwork.com. Rebecca Cox with her tee shot on hole number 4. Here's a live look as we're following along with the card, our chase card, moving down hole number 2.
How cool is this angle? We're on Paige Pierce walking pace at the moment.
And as we are hovering right over the water, actually, right over the river at the moment, following along. See how close Paige came to the sidewalk. She's got plenty of room. We'll see if she's got a good angle for it.
And the scariest part about being this close to the sidewalk is that you're going to have to come even closer with a hyzer as you approach the basket and the green. It's a touchy shot.
Inside the circle for Pierce. She's going to have to get things going. She has, with that opening hole, doubled the deficit to our leader in Evelina. So sure, you can have the mistake, but then you need to bounce back immediately and start racking up some birdies. Macy's husband, Jamie, on the bag.
Yeah, being on the left-hand side after your drive, you can see you're trying to maneuver through the trees on your second shot. So the favored landing area is down here on the right. Holly Finley's in a great spot. She's looking straight at the pin. Nothing in her way.
Holly Finley will have a long putt for birdie. And this woman, Evelina, with the lead, getting ready to tee off for our final round. We've got all of that and more in just a few moments.
Toe jam is what I typically.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, so I'm setting up the most epic event of all time, and I'm wondering, do I need insurance?
As long as the event's in the US or Canada, insurance is included with your sanctioning agreement.
Okay, awesome, because we're trying this cool new thing where we have an alligator pit on the 18th green. It's gonna be epic.
Insurance or not, I don't think having literal death putts is a good idea.
Okay, I'll consider it. Oh, no, boy, no!
Are you still there? Oh God, are you still there?
Focus. Get rid of any of those pressure thoughts and really center yourself, like where you're at and the shot you're throwing. Trying to just really let everything besides the basket bleed away.
Whose sandwich is that?
Well, I found it in the fridge and it didn't have any markings or ink on it.
That's my sandwich.
Well, why didn't you mark it?
I did, see?
How do we know it's your sandwich if there's no PDGA number on it?
Check the bottom slice of bread. Anyways, don't you have a sandwich of your own?
I did, but I lost it in the water.
What water? Give me my sandwich, you're sleeping on the couch tonight.
But the RV doesn't have a couch. Val, Val.
Welcome back. We are rejoining Rebecca Cox in the fairway of hole number 4. Is great positioning for her, and it looks like a solid approach shot. We saw Holly Finley's approach on 2. Now we're back with her birdie look. Finley in for birdie, making the adjustment from the low putt on 1. Now we're back to the tee.
Lead card for the FPO division. At the 10:20 tee time, teeing off first, your leader at 4 under par. From Finland, Evelina Salonen. Next up on your 10:20 a.m. tee card, tee time from Los Angeles, California. Oh, Scoggin.
You see Evelina's drive stuck there in the bushes on the right side as she was contemplating which mid-range to throw.
Next up from Universal City, Texas, Valarie Mandahano. Division from Estonia, Kristen Tatar.
Low but safe for Kristen, as Val, we are noticing it looked like the wind direction a little bit different here today.
Yeah, you mentioned it being opposite. And what the players have been dealing with, it was a tailwind for the first 2 rounds, and now they have the headwind. And that's a major reason why we're seeing a lot more players today going out of bounds. So Evelina choosing not to go to take her next shot from the tee and going down to near the out of bounds line.
It's going to push to the right side out of bounds, and it's found it. Evelina double OB here to get her round started. And I think by the time hole 1's complete, we may have a new leader.
Wow.
I know we were just kind of recollecting our thoughts of what we saw Paige Pierce's struggles were, along with Kat Murch, and then as you said, with that headwind, just brings so many more elements into play. The out of bounds that we've seen over the last few days on men's or women's side have been going long or left of the basket, you know, getting over the clearing and then going over maybe the sidewalk where you're seeing a lot of the spectators. Then you're left with something around 30 feet to possibly save your par. When you're that much more back near the tee, like we just saw from Evelina, brings so many more factors in as you're still trying to throw slightly uphill there into a headwind. So Kristen Tatar's low shot that just finished in the middle of the fairway or to the right side of the fairway looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, that is a good key for all of you at home. Thrown into a headwind, keep it low, keep your disc flat. Anytime you show the underside of your disc to the wind, you're in trouble.
There's only been 3 birdies on hole number 1 so far today. Valarie trying to make it 4. And like her sister, she takes the 2.
Good putting stroke for Evelina, but she'll card the double bogey.
Owen Scoggins on the board, and just like that, Owen and Valarie have knotted themselves on top for the lead with a 1-stroke advantage over Evelina. So if there was any doubt if we're going to see some scoring and some shifting today, I think we already have our answer after seeing just a couple holes of play. The big number by Paige Pierce, we thought that would be detrimental to her. And then Evelina turns around and takes a double bogey of her own. Here's Kat Murch. This is for par on hole 3 and solid putt. Let's take a look at what they're trying to do here on hole 2, Val.
So hole 2, again, it's a par 4. So the first shot starts out with just getting something as far down the fairway as you can. We see the preferred route is on the right-hand side of the fairway down into this lower area. Trees are a little bit more open, so you can have wider gaps and alleys to shoot down. The basket here is surrounded by out-of-bounds sidewalk behind, and the entire fairway is lined with that sidewalk. So anything a little squirrely off the tee could find out of bounds, but it's more likely on the second shot.
And we've already seen a couple of birdies carded on 2. Now we have our lead card ready to go. And Owen Scoggins, again, last year's runner-up at this event, already has a share of the lead.
Good shot on the right-hand side from Owen. Think of all of the opportunities that Owen has had throughout the years. She has been right there. She's been in final 9s of the World Championships. Valarie Manduhano, she's had the amateur fame. She's been with the limelight shown on her in those years, but this could be a breakout performance from her. Knowing that they're tied, this is a great opportunity.
And a great drive by Kristen.
And there's something to be said about coming into the final round with a couple stroke cushion. You're always playing a little bit tense. Now for Evelina, she's got nothing to lose. Just try and play as best as she can. And she has been doing that all weekend so far.
And as we're taking a look at Katrina Allen's scorecard, I believe she's back on the 5th card. So she's had a few struggles out here, but today she's coming out firing 5 under through the first 7 holes. And just like that, you have to be thinking she's got plenty of skills. She clearly could come back, shoot the hot round, and even take this down. And Val, earlier in the week, you gave us your keys, all thanks to Black Ink Disc, the premium disc golf store. Would you say she's setting the tone early?
That's for sure. Set the tone, come into this any round with a positive mind frame, and you're likely going to play well. When you get to the woods on this course, be confident in every shot you throw. Think it over and don't take any shot for granted. And finally, game plan. When you get out into the open and these final holes are finishing out in the woods and the pressure is on, stick to your game plan. And that's going to help you be confident and hopefully get a run for this title. We've got a lot of women in the hunt today, and hopefully they've got all that in their mind as they're playing.
Katrina Allen's 5 birdies have now moved her up 10 spots into a tie for 7th, and she's currently tied with Pierce. Here's Owen's second shot. Looks a little overturned, and she's going to come up short of the out of bounds, but that is, and I know how deadly of a putter Owen is, but even that might be out of her range. Valarie and Mason Ford assessing how she's going to attack the pin here. We saw Mason out here yesterday, walked the entire round, and then later went out and played his round. So they're both certainly logging some miles out here at the Beast. Connects with first tree available. Still have an opportunity to get up and down and save the par, but early miscue here by Valarie.
And they're still throwing straight into that headwind. So Valarie throwing something overstable, trying to get it to scoot underneath the basket. It's really tough to hit lines through the trees with the headwind.
I love the angle. It was a matter of the stability, and that is perfect. Valarie looking to save the par. Here's Paige Pierce with her second shot on hole number 4. This is great positioning. Solid approach. As Kristen resets momentarily, I see Katrina Allen added another birdie to her scorecard. That's 6 birdies in 8 holes. She's now to even in a tie for 5th. Meanwhile, Kristen Tatar not fazed by the wind that she's dealing with. That is an incredible approach shot with a standstill forehand.
Anyways, something to think about with, we're talking about the players on the lead card, the second card, usually in the hunt. Katrina Allen's on the 5th card making a move. This is definitely not in the minds of these players on the lead card today. And could quite possibly be the first time ever. If Katrina Allen were to win this event from the 5th card, I don't think it's ever been done.
I've got a stack of Frisbee somewhere to bet on it that it has not been done before. That would be incredible. Kat at least applying plenty of pressure. Of course, she's way out in front of the lead card who's just on the 2nd hole, but she's applying that pressure and, as you said, setting the tone. And you see just how close Owen Scoggins was to out of bounds. And if any part of your disc is touching inbounds, you are considered inbounds. And you saw it was about half and half. So she's not penalized, and then she can bring it in 1 meter from where she was, and that's going to be a pitch right up next to the basket, and she'll have the easy tap-in par. And I'm going to challenge that 7-mile-per-hour wind I think we saw a little bit earlier. Seems to be a little bit stiffer than that as we're watching the flag here on 2. Along with the Flanners behind.
Ooh, that just sailed long and past. She's going to have a strong tailwind on that next putt.
Kristen with a much more flat spin putt that she usually generates from her legs and comes through with a straddle stance. We'll see if she can be a little bit more on point than what we just saw from Evelina for birdie.
Never a doubt. Watching some highlights from the disc golf guy from the Memorial last weekend. I mean, Kristen Tatar was hitting putts from everywhere.
I feel as if she has a supreme confidence that we just don't see in a lot of our other putters. And another missed putt here by Evelina, and that is some early round struggles, and she's going to fall back yet more to her competitors on the card, but also starting to bring other players into the conversation. Oh, and a short missed putt here by Val.
And it is so frustrating to be playing as well as Evelina has throughout this week and to have these frustrations on the putting green.
We're heading over to Kat Murch. We saw her approach. Now that is her third shot.
Way.
Kat Murch from way downtown for birdie.
It's been fireworks every time we check in with Kat Murch. From big putts.
That certainly was rad. Nice. And now we have caught up with the group containing Katrina Allen. So we'll see if we can follow along with her. Can Paige follow it up with a birdie of her own? And she does.
Death putt toward the out of bounds. So risky, but it pays off.
Not quite the edge needed for her to skip up the hill. So she'll have a look from circle 2. Here's Owen Scoggins. This also looks a little low. It needs to catch edge so it can crawl up the hill, and that's exactly what it's doing. Still be a little bit short.
That was like voice controlled from you, Terry. But yeah, exactly. Hit on that high part of the hillside.
This also needs edge, and it gets the skips.
And today, more than ever, I'm sure these players want to get their disc as close to the basket as possible. That wind is ripping.
Oh, and that's turned over, or should I say stalled out at least to the right. It looked like it was just going to continue on a hyzer path all the way to the basket, and instead it kind of gets pushed off and outside of the circle. Interestingly enough, Evelina has not made a single putt from circle 2, even though she found herself in the lead coming into day number 3. And Owen always the #1 cheerleader on the card for any of her competitors as she was reacting to Valarie Mandujano's shot.
I remember these days of walking down the fairway, being in the hunt. There's so much going through these players' minds. I mean, think about what Valarie's thinking about, the opportunity she could have. Think what Evelina's thinking about. Probably this putt coming up. Every player has their own battle in their mind, and the best players are the ones that can fight through it. Owen, I think, is just a cheerleader in her mind. Saying, Owen, go for it.
And thus far, in 8 opportunities out of our lead card, we've only seen 2 pars. And we've had everything from birdie to triple bogey. Looks like it'll be a par for Owen. And Valarie not messing with the birdie opportunity or the chance at it possibly carrying past the basket, so she pitches up right next to the pin.
And with as high as you have to throw it on this elevated basket, you are just risking the flyby and the back and forth putt. It's very smart from all the competitors. And takes a little pressure off of Evelina. I mean, she's the closest to the basket, but now maybe the choice is a little bit more apparent. It's all right if you do choose to lay up.
That's exactly what she's done. In fact, no real hesitation whatsoever. I think she knew that as she was already approaching her lie, that's what she was going to do. Owen for par. And that's what we should see from the remaining 3 women. Our players are going to move over, and we're going to head into the woods for hole number 4. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back on the Disc Golf Network.
To me, Airborne is the expression of flight. And that's kind of the representation of the brand that we wanted to build. The visual that we wanted to get from this stamp is the connection between man and nature, and man's connection to the natural world that people are able to find through disc golf. We wanted to have a disc that all players could trust. It'll be a great tool for a lot of players. It feels great to have Prodigy have enough trust and faith in me to make this disc for me and to make this full line, and I'm so excited to be able to share it with the whole disc golf world.
What do I love about disc golf? Same thing we all love. Sound of the chains.
I love that you can play on a course or make up your own.
My favorite thing about disc golf is challenging myself every time I step onto a court.
What do I love disc golf? It gives me the chance to connect with an incredible community and throw some pretty amazing discs. Because after all, big is love, big is life.
I love disc golf because you can be as creative as you want with this sport.
And Kat Murch follows up the throw-in on 4 with a birdie on 5. And here's Paige Pierce in a little bit of trouble here, just trying to pitch out on hole 5. And she fights up to the top of the platform, and she'd go on to make par from there. But Kat Murch, back-to-back birdies on 4 and 5. Kristen with the honors, and now Owen throwing second. Just narrowly missing the tree on the inside. That's about as close to that tree as you can get without hitting it, and in perfect position.
Yeah, and that's kind of the goal. Push it as far as you can on that left side. A little bit too early for Evelina.
Evelina has already gone 3 over in these first 3 holes. Val, let's take a look at what they're trying to accomplish here on hole number 4.
Yeah, hole number 4. You can see how narrow the fairway is right off the bat. We see a lot of players going on the left side here, but they need to make sure they're still continuing forward through the flight. This is where we've seen the best shots land in this landing zone. Now the fairway starts to take a turn to the right. So the shape of this hole is in this long S as it finishes off here to the right, perched on this very edge of the hillside, sloping down to the water out of bounds. So Paige Pierce, we saw her going for a death putt not too long ago, but it is scary if you are not in a great position to go for it.
Evelina trying to get that to flex back, but it hits the upper canopy and then comes up short, so she'll still have work to do without making that second bend. Here's Kat Murch. I'm liking this shot. It's going to try and skip down the hill, and Kat looks to be on fire, and that's just one of the 2 Cats that's out there and on fire. Incredible shot. We'll see if she can get her 3rd in a row. We saw the rough start. She's already now bounced back and negated the triple bogey that she opened with on hole number 1. Owens trying to get just inside that tree on the left side, that tree there. And it looks like she carried past it. You see Kristen's lie.
Getting off the fairway on any one of these holes, it is treacherous. Thankfully, Kristen can reach inside and give herself an open look. I mean, imagine if she was another couple feet farther into the woods. There'd be nothing. You have to pitch out, surrender your shot.
She's waiting on the squirrel to make its way across the fairway, it looked like. And that little bit of a rollout into the fairway certainly didn't hurt her. So that's great position to get up and down for the par. We saw Kat Murch a moment ago here on 6. Here's Paige Pierce's tee shot. Just off the mark. And that likely at best will be a par. That's if she has a clear opening from that left-hand side. Valarie opting for a run-up as opposed to the standstill. And one thing I want to make quick mention of that has absolutely been a factor these last 2 days is regardless of what the wind conditions are, when they get into these much more wooded holes, things calm down. And that may seem all too obvious, but to see the 10, 15, 20 mile an hour winds out in the open and then to come into this section of the course, and with the exception of a little bit of exposure on, say, 7, the wind really gets blocked in here, and it feels like a totally different game.
Yeah, and then you get snapped back to reality when you
come out on 13.
13.
Yeah.
Everything's in a headwind usually. Today it might be different.
Here's Pierce. This is a long look for her birdie, so she's open. We know she's going to be aggressive with it. And that gets caught up, and she's left with a circle 2 putt. Paige Pierce not on the top of her game here today.
And we're just a few holes in, but Valarie is already squared up a couple of trees with, you know, her aim is on point if that's what you were going for, but she needs to start lining up those fairways because these are strokes that she should not be giving back. That was a really nice upshot.
And this is Holly Finley for birdie on hole 6. Count it. Finley from way downtown, the big Anheuser putt. And Finley will go to 100 for the round. A little less enthusiasm than what we just saw from Kat. Not quite as far, but a little more subdued. Just playing it cool out there. Owns third. Look to get caught up just a little bit. She's going to have a long putt if she wants to save the par. And we saw her approach. Here's Paige trying to save her par. Wow, she gets it done. So that, no harm, no foul there on 6, but she's going to need to start picking up birdies. Kristen's third. Here's Salonen.
Ooh, she doesn't put enough snap on that one. It just fades into the woods. Gonna give her more of a tester putt than she would like. And with this basket being close to the water, the wind is picking up around the basket.
Owens found her angle to the left of that big tree. Just in the middle of circle 2 from there, maybe even on the far edge of it. She's not worried about the water though, I promise you that. Just a hair short, so Owen will be tapping in for a bogey. A make here would bring a tie between Valarie and Owen for that top spot.
From the flag, the wind doesn't seem to be very consistent, but just allow that little lift for Valarie's disc up and over. It's more scary when you have an angle like this.
And now Kristen, who sits at 2 under par, she's looking at a par putt. Owen's looking at a bogey, so assuming Kristen makes this relatively short putt, I think she's going to be tied for the lead along with Owen Scoggins.
Thanks for keeping track of all that. I mean, some of these holes, they take a very long time to play.
And very precise for Kristen. And you heard her ask the group if they thought that her footing was okay. That's always a great move. If you're unsure because you've got an awkward lie, or you're just not, you're doing a straddle and you don't know, relative to the basket, it's always great just to ask the rest of your group before you actually throw and say, hey, is my stance look legal to you guys? And that's exactly what she was doing. Almost the same distance, a little bit more open though for Salonen. And unfortunately, that is part of Evelina's story as of recently. She's had some very short putts inside the bullseye, inside 10 or 12 or 15 feet. And there's just this pause, this hesitation, and it almost looks tentative. I can't exactly put my finger on it because it's what's going through her mind, but to most of the viewers, it seems as if she's tentative, and you see her hitting left side chain and out. And anytime Evelina has been challenged for a tournament where she's ultimately given it away or had someone else come back and get her, it is frequently due to those short range putts that she's not converting on. We're going to jump back over now to Kat Murch on hole number 6. We saw the drive, and she completes it. That's her 3rd straight birdie. We've got more action coming at you on the Disc Golf Network after a word from these sponsors.
I would recommend the Envy to every single person that plays disc golf.
This is such a good throwing putter.
If you don't have an Envy in your bag, I don't know what you're doing.
The Envy is one of the most pure, straight flying putters.
Comes out clean, can handle power, it can handle touch. It's just very versatile.
It holds any line that you're really putting it on. It's so good. So good! It's so good.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Great looking shot by Kristen Tatar. It's going to stay up on the platform. That's a birdie look for Kristen here on 5.
And once you get to hole 5, 6, 7, 8, this is where players can string up the birdies. All of these holes are reachable. This one here, 264.
Somewhat punishing kick off the tree, pushing over to the left side.
That is as good as it gets. She was online the entire way, and she hit that perfect height to hit up on top of the hill, skip toward the basket.
That too is going to be inside the circle. Birdie opportunity for Evelina Salonen. We're going to head over to hole number 7. This is Macy Veladiaz throwing her 2nd. She's in position for birdie. Now we're going to catch up with Katrina Allen here on the tee of 9. Kat, along with all of her card mates, unfortunately were stopped. She had all the momentum in the world. She's been playing so well. You get to hole number 9 and you're almost guaranteed a backup. The question is, how long will that backup be? Will it be 5 minutes or will it be 25 minutes? It can be anywhere in between. Owen from circle 2. We saw Macy's approach. Now here's Holly Finley's approach. Hole 7. It's Stay off of that tree, and a little bit hot, but she'll be putting back downhill looking at a birdie. A little bit low and left. C1X is certainly not the position in which Evelina's been picking up her advantage over the rest of her card mates at this throughout the entire weekend. As you said, first round she was putting everything right next to the basket, whether it was parked for the birdie or if she was just throwing it underneath there and able to walk away with the par. 0 C1X conversions in the first round. She had a few in round 2. We've yet to see her make from C2. Here's Kristen Tatar for the birdie.
And the solo lead. So Kristen Tatar on top of our leaderboard with just a clean scorecard. Everyone else in this group having a little bit of struggles here through 5. It's a birdie for Valarie Mandujano.
And a great bounce back from the bogey on 4. Evelina yet to pick up a birdie, but here we have Macy Valadiaz. She had fallen to the bottom side of the gully, so that's going to be a tap-in par. Now we've got Katrina Allen's third shot. She had to pitch out to find this location. Now she's trying to bend it from left to right.
This is a par 5. Dog legs to the right. That tree seemed to be right in her backswing.
Katrina in threat of ruining her perfect scorecard. And now we're with Holly Finley. This is the birdie look on 7. And she converts. Back-to-back birdies on 6 and 7.
She is just 2 back of the lead, tie for 4th. So many contenders lined up that could take down this tournament. This could be history in the making. Who knows where the winner will come from, but Kristen Tatar, she's going to give it everything she's got. It's a beautiful drive.
Yeah, and thanks to our friends over at Statmando, we're learning that Paige Pierce's win at the 2017 Green Mountain Championships was the only Elite Series win from outside of the lead card in the FPO division.
I remember that one.
Oh, did she get past you?
Yeah, it was close. Yeah, I mean, it was Sarah and I battling on the lead card. And, you know, when your competition's right there in front of you, that's all you feel like you have to deal with. You don't even look in your rear view. So that's something to be said for what's going on today.
Well, the rear view mirror today can hold 3 or 4 cards because everyone is charging, and Evelina's trying to change the narrative. Looks like she might be able to pick up her first birdie with that drive. We'll head over to Macy Valadiaz with her tee shot on 8, the very narrow fairway. Playing it low. That's going to be a long look for birdie. Here's Katrina Allen's 4th. Just trying to scrape out a par. She connects with the tree. We'll see what she has left for a par save. I think that tree jumped out and she didn't even know it was there as you saw her kind of look around. Not the worst kick here on 8. Very tight line for Owen to try and hit. This is Katrina Allen to save her par here on 9. She's had nothing but pars and birdies so far today. Count it. Nice save by Katrina Allen, working for it on hole 9. So this is Owen for her par. Owen, who has been even through the round and currently sitting in a tie for second, is likely going to go to 1 over and possibly lose that second place positioning, and Valarie pitches up. This is a big drive, but a little bit out of position. Sometimes distance doesn't reward you as much as the accuracy does here on hole 7.
That angle is so difficult, but look at where she lands. That's all you could dream up from where she was.
And that would go on to be her 4th straight birdie. So Kat Mertsch, just like Katrina Allen, on a tear. That's her drive on 10.
Evelina is right on line, but these putts have just been a little bit low. I say that's the best kind of misses when you're having doubt in your putt. At least you're hitting metal, at least you're on line. Gives you some place to start from.
And Kristen Tatar picks up her 3rd birdie and will give her a little bit more breathing room and separation between herself and Owen Scoggins. In fact, it should be a 2-stroke swing with Owen. This is Valarie for par. And with that par, Kristen will still increase her lead, as she is now 2 over Valarie, and she will be 3 over Owen. And Macy just pitching up here on hole 8. Kat Mertsch decides she's going to pick up the 5-pack. Holes 4 through 8. 5 birdies in a row. That's 6 birdies out of the last 7 holes. Apparently she's having a good time out there.
Shredding it. Without that triple bogey on hole 1, think of where Kat Mertsch would be. She's currently in the tie for 3rd. So impressive to see how well she's shooting and how well you can bounce back after a devastating first hole. But so stacked up. Look at all those players in that tie for 3rd spot.
Here's Katrina Allen. This is her 2nd shot on 10. And that is going to be on the left side. It looks like a very makeable birdie putt. And this is the chase card waiting on the tee of 9. Val, I was just saying that a few minutes ago, that when you get to hole 9, no matter where your momentum was, it's probably going to come to a screeching halt. And look at this tee shot coming in. Oh, and that's exactly what I was just saying about Katz. That might be the longest drive we've seen in the entire division, but it's not going to be rewarded. She's going to have a wow.
Lost for words there.
I love the distance, but yeah, it's not going to be rewarded.
And I think she's almost too far that she might even be in the woods. So it could be even worse than Kat's shot. All right, well, she gets out into the opening. She punches out of that tunnel, and that's truly step one on this hole. If you can get out the gap. We haven't seen everyone do that. Oh, man. Tough luck there for Evelina. Oh, and took that one nice and wide around that tree. She's landing on the left-hand side. She's going to be in a great position. That dog is so tiny. I know there's all this good disc golf to watch, but can we just have like a puppy, like a
montage?
Picture-in-picture, maybe?
Always showing. Well, here we're going to look at Hole 7 presented to us by VII along with Diameter Apparel. And Val, what are they trying to do here?
So we're getting up to the landing zone where the players, the women are landing in this nice grassy green area. And then the second shot is that challenging shot through the tunnel of the woods, over the valley, and up onto the edge. So that first shot just puts you in a good landing zone so that you can attack the green from whatever angle. It can be treacherous if you land a little short. You can go down into the valley, or a little long. You're going to have a death putt coming back.
And that looked like a very favorable kick. From there, she should be able to pitch across the valley and then still walk away with the par. Here's Katrina for birdie. Count it! Katrina Allen shredding today.
Back on track. They lined that putt up 49 feet, following up the near 30-footer she just hit.
And Val scaring the basket as she comes screeching past it here on 7. Now, the real decision for her, though, will be, does she just lay up? She might be too far away that is a risky putt to run at with the drop-off directly behind it.
Hey, she's not in a great position, but to be so aggressive, attack the green, she was just a foot to the right from going in the basket.
So we'll see what decision she makes. Thanks for rolling that Zuka replay. Now, Owen Scoggins, who's actually in prime position, the best position out of any of our players after the tee shot. Looks like it may have sat on the hillside. It's a possibility it got up and rolled down to the bottom of the hill. We'll see.
Even with that little tree hit, Evelina's just right underneath the basket. It stays next to the basket. No crazy rolls. She has played this hole the same all 3 rounds.
Evelina will be looking at the par. And now here is Kristen, and we might have Zoe out on the ground, and if you are out there, Zoe, can you tell us what she's looking at here? Does she have any chance to get to the pin?
Yes, Terry, it's going to take an extreme angle for Kristen to make this, but I believe if she puts the right sharp angle on it,
there's the angle. Does it pan out? It looks like it gets caught up. She will still have an uphill putt looking at the birdie. See a look of maybe frustration there just for a moment, knowing that she put too much on the drive. We haven't seen anyone else drive it to that point, get that far off of the tee. So it's new territory.
Yeah, and there was not much of a visual for where she was standing to see the basket. I mean, you're blindly throwing at the gap in the trees. Well, she could see the basket from here. Which gap is she going to try to hit?
She will settle for the par here on hole number 7. She's got an incredible round going. She's 3 down through 7 and has catapulted herself into the first place position, 2 in front of Valarie and 3 in front of Owen. And actually, as I scroll, she's 3 in front of Owen, Kat Murch, Holly Finley, Macy Valadiaz, and Katrina Allen. They are all tied for 3rd, just 3 strokes back. Big moment here. And she's lining up like she's running this. Yes! Valarie with the death putt. Nothing but airspace behind her in the hill. And she converts. Huge birdie from way out of position.
Yeah, huge risk, huge reward. To get a birdie, she gets a stroke on her competitors. It was well worth it.
Now she pulls into solo second, just 1 behind Kristen. No problems for Owen Scoggins. She's going to walk away with a birdie. And she will momentarily take sole possession of 3rd. So no longer in that logjam.
And it's sad to say, Evelina, with all those strokes over par, she is working her way out of it. Currently in 10th place.
We're going to roll that Zuka replay.
And she is just looking at the silhouette of the basket, the death drop off behind, and it's not likely you would make that comeback putt from the bottom of the valley. So that was everything on the line for Valarie.
Here's Katrina Allen on the tee of 11.
Ten-foot gap to hit straight off the tee. Basket on a side slope, so you do want to get close. Katrina seemed to like it.
The charge will continue on the other side of this commercial break.
If disc golf is your game, make Gotta Go, Gotta Throw your disc golf warehouse. With a huge selection of discs, bags, baskets, carts, shirts, and more. GottaGoThrow.com has all the tools to take your game to the next level. Shop online or our Golden Valley, Minnesota store. Free shipping with all online orders over $75. Online or in-store, get what you need for the game you love. GottaGoThrow.com, your disc golf warehouse. In the game since 1993.
Welcome back. We're on the tee of 8 with Valarie Mandujano. And she has peered the gap and put on the brakes, and Valarie looking at a birdie putt here on 8.
That was absolutely gorgeous. A lot of the times the players are playing with a slight anhyzer finish, or for a side, a hyzer finish, where it's really just a straight shot from what Valarie just threw.
And Owen flashing just beyond the basket. She's going to be a downhill putting back up. She knows how close that was to an ace. Kristen, 3 under through 7, bogey free. Evelina opting for the forehand. That's going to fall in the same area as Owens, unless it gets caught up, which it looks like it did. And she may be left with a much shorter putt. We saw the drive by Katrina Allen a moment ago. Now here's the putt from outside of circle 1. Just about 45 feet, slightly uphill.
Oh.
Unreal. Katrina Allen on fire.
Are you kidding me with these putts?
Cat. Now 8 under through 11. She's up 14 spots as we see our leader Kristen pitch up next to the pin. That should be an easy putt for par. But take a look at that. Katrina Allen in a tie for 3rd, up 14 spots, coming from the 5th card, Val.
It's insane. And hitting putts like that. She hit a 38-foot putt on hole 2. 38-foot putt on hole 3, 2 circle's edge putts on 8 and 9, and now back-to-back 50-foot putts. I mean, that's just, it's unbelievable. That's the kind of golf you have to play if you're going to win from the 5th card. So she's given it everything she has today, and these players have no idea, unless they're checking their phones.
And Owen had pitched up to there. That will be a par. Man, what were they serving at the player party last night? That's what I want to know. Here's Valarie for her birdie attempt. And with that, Valarie is going to have a share of the lead with Kristen. Nice firm stroke for Kristen Zatar to find it. Now she's sharing the lead with Valarie Mandujano.
It's just painful for, as an amazing player as Evelina is, to have to go through struggles like this around the basket. Don't wish that on your worst enemy.
You know, we thought that was going to be her first birdie of the round, but she'll walk away with the par. She remains 5 over. Here's another look at the patented straddle jumper by Katrina Allen. And that is our patented Sunstein moment. Of course, if you need anything, any intellectual property, possibly a logo or trademark you'd like to protect or see if you can protect it, you should reach out to our friends over at Sunstein Law. And Katrina Allen, you know, she's another one of our competitors. You talk about having putting struggles from time to time, but whatever she's done here in 2022 We saw it in Vegas, and we're seeing it this round in particular. She seems to have it all figured out.
Right, going from our talking about Evelina and the putting struggles. Katrina went through the same thing, and then all of a sudden, something clicks. You know, a technique, a rhythm, a routine. Something needs to click in these players' minds to get that confidence back.
We know that Katrina also works on her finish from time to time, so maybe her and Evelina will have a conversation. Possibly she could provide a little bit of insight, because right now Evelina struggling, and we're seeing her slip all the way down the leaderboard. She started in first by 2 strokes. Now she sits at +1 and has fallen 9 back to 10th place. Cat Merch has birdied 5 straight. That should be enough to get her out so that she can then get around the corner and, or should I say, have from there have a relatively straight shot to save the par.
But she has the longest birdie streak of anybody in the field today. Even Katrina Allen, she only has 4 in a row. But Katrina only has 3 pars. I mean, how impressive is that?
That was Paige Pierce's 3rd shot. That means she's going to have a birdie look coming up. And, of course, during the opening of the show, we were talking about Paige Pierce being on the prowl, chasing just from that second card, very much in the conversation. Then she opens with the triple bogey. Then we turned around and saw that our leader also opened with the double bogey in Evelina. And next thing you know, it brought everybody into play that much quicker. And Paige right now hasn't been much of a factor. We've seen the 2 cats out here doing work. Catch back up with Katrina Allen, hole number 12. A little second guessing whether it was the wind or possibly the release angle. She just needs to get to the putting green. That's all she needs right now.
Or within sight of the basket.
Cat also trying to find the putting green here. Well, and that one is off the mark, and she's going to have a long look at saving her par.
We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Hole 9 and hole 12 have similar shapes to them. Long dog legs to the right, both par 5s. So these are just challenging shots. You need to make sure you're just getting enough distance, making your way down the fairway. Keep it clean.
And the forehand pitch out by Finley. She's having a... I was going to say, she's having a good round going. It's so tough at this point to be comparing her to what we're seeing from these other hot scores. When you see Katrina Allen sitting at 8 under through 11. But Holly sits at 2 under, where Cat Merch sits at 3 under for the round.
Yeah, that's so true. The best score we've seen out of the tournament this year is 4 under.
A little bit deep for Valarie. You say 4 under, and yet we see Katrina Allen sitting at 8 under with plenty of holes to go. And Henna on a little bit of a tear herself. She's got 4 birdies in a row. Clean scorecard. If you're going to end a birdie streak, you're hoping the worst case scenario is you're doing it with a par, and that's what Kat is trying to do here. Just not the right release angle. That may have been something to do with the awkward footing, trying to give it the jumper while standing on a slight slope. But either way, Kat Murch, unfortunately, is going to end her 5-hole birdie streak with what looks to be a bogey.
This angle makes the putts look so much longer. And you can see a little bit of elevation.
Pierce for birdie. Pierce will remain 6 off the pace of our leaders, Tatar and Mandujano. Here's Katrina Allen also trying to bend it up and to the right.
We went to Walmart and we were asking them for hand warmers and they're all like, oh, we're sold out. So I went to the front. I was like, let me look. I was looking at each like register and I found a box left. And I bought the box.
Everybody else is getting them.
The struggle was real at the beginning of the weekend. Everybody hustling around trying to find hand warmers.
And especially playing disc golf in the springtime. And we're playing a lot of tournaments in the south. I mean, they don't have to deal with hand warmers all that often. But when you get this cold weather and you have to go play your round, make sure you pack some hand warmers.
Macy Valadiaz had missed her par putt. She was in for bogey. Here's Kat Murch for bogey. I know we've been talking about Katrina Allen with just 3 pars and 8 birdies. Kat Murch has 1 par on the round through 9 holes. Holly Finley in for par. She remains in a tie for 5th at 1 under. Now, Ohn Scoggins.
I think this is deja vu from yesterday. On this par 5. Just a nice, easy shot in the middle. Yeah, you'll take that. Kristen kept that one nice and low. Skids off to the left-hand side just a little bit, but that is a favored side to be on this fairway.
Heard the solid tree hit there by Evelina, and Evelina at this point just not in contention at all for claiming this title here today. And a favorable kick for Val. And that may have gained almost 0 forward progress by Katrina, and I know she was just trying to pitch out, so even had it remained clean, it may have only went another 15 or 20 feet, but still just mentally looking at that and seeing, hey, I just hit a tree and I essentially gained no distance. That's not something you're used to seeing when you're out here as a professional. Let's see if she can make a great recovery shot from here. Is unraveling here for Katrina. She's going to think about that for a moment. Really struggling here on hole number 12. That is going to be a large speed bump in her chase to the top spot.
Owen is just looking at a wall of trees here. Every gap is as small as the next one. She makes her way down to the landing zone. She might be a little bit long.
Yeah, where she is now is where sometimes you'd be happy with your drive landing. So knowing she's there in 2, she certainly has plenty of work to do. And I'm just looking at Kristen, Valarie, Owen, all within a couple of strokes of each other. They're separating themselves or trying to pull away. But Henna is saying, no, I've got these 5 birdies in a row. I'm going to keep charging. This is just so incredibly dynamic at all stops here. See if Kristen can get a clean approach. And just like that, she's hit a tree and then stays on that right side. So she'll have lots of work to do just to get down to the corner. Here's Holly Finley on the TF10. As we were just saying in the conversation, very much so, just 2 strokes off the lead, Henna Blumrose.
5 under for today's round.
I like that. That is a great recovery shot for Kristen. From there, she should be able to pitch up. She's looking to save the par. We're going to rejoin Kat Murch on the TF10.
With 6 birdies on the scorecard, taking that bogey on the previous hole, Kat Murch is at 2 under for the round. It's been a little all over the place, but stringing those birdies together, that really helped out her score.
And that is great positioning for Val. I believe she's right next to Kristen. However, Kristen is lying 3, trying to get up and down and save the par. Val looking at a birdie. And this is Katrina pitching out again from the left side of 12.
Oh, man. 2 pitch outs from the woods. I mean, that's 2 strokes. You're just surrendering. Ooh. Screeching halt.
Hole 12
for Katrina's
proving,
momentum.
Yeah, why it's one of the toughest holes, and Katrina unfortunately finding out exactly that. Evelina's 3rd. You know, and over the last 2 days, Evelina hasn't been great necessarily on the putting green, but it's been her fairway hits, it's been her approach shots, it's been everything else that has carried her into the lead. And although we've seen the putting struggles continue, right now it looks like some of that accuracy on the approaches and then the drives is being challenged, and she's going to continue to drop spots and strokes if this keeps up. Owen making sure that her stance is legal. Now she's going to consult with her husband, Justin. Pretty soon she's going to have half her bag sitting next to her. She's got 2 or 3 discs. Well, looks like she's going to go grab a towel to likely lean on. Just pulling over on that cross body motion when you already have such a low center of gravity, when you're down on the ground like that. She's obviously proficient in forehanding, but a little bit to do with probably being on one knee and then also still trying to generate that power with your upper body.
Yeah, from one body contortion to the next, one side of the fairway to the next. Oh, and that kicked deep.
And here's Macy Valadiaz with her second shot on 10. Asking for it to simmer. And it stops abruptly right there. That should be a tap-in birdie for Macy Valadiaz. And that is Katrina's 5th throw. Remember, this is a par 5. So we'll see if she has a chance to just walk away with a bogey. Tatar and Mandahano still sitting on top, but right now they're looking like there may be a shift as Valarie has the advantage here on 9. Kristen's disc directly in front of her. Nice touch on the forehand. Tatar matches. She'll have that short putt to save the par. And Valarie will have the opportunity to take the outright lead. But first we've got Holly Finley on hole 10. A little bit firm.
So, Evelina didn't end up in too horrible of a spot. I mean, she could still see the basket. It looks like she's lining up a roller. Oh, and that doesn't make it out. Possibly kicking back and rolling deep into the woods.
Hole 9, not her friend here today. Here's an eagle look for Paige Pierce. To think that's where her drive had landed, Val, that she was able to give it a long jumper from somewhere out around circle 3, which isn't even a thing unless you putt like Paige or Ricky Wysocki or some of our best. And this is at circle's edge. 4 bogey for Evelina.
Things are starting to feel a little miserable for Evelina. Just watching her body language after each shot, you could just see the disappointment in how she's holding herself. And yeah, it has to be frustrating. She's had such positive vibes the previous 2 rounds, and she sees the tournament just slipping away.
And the exact opposite for Valarie Mandahano, who has been fighting and clawing on this lead card. And with that putt, she's going to have the outright lead halfway through the final round. Evelina will collect her putter after the double bogey 7. Owen with the par will lose a stroke to her new leader in Valarie. And Kristen will tap in, now sitting in solo second. Here's the 6th shot by Katrina Allen. That's up and underneath the basket. She's going to tap in for a double bogey as well. And Holly Finley almost knocking the basket over on 10. Nice firm putting stroke, which is 100% common for Holly Finley. She is very firm with that stroke, and she picks up the birdie. So the constant shifting here, Val, I don't know which way is up, and we're only halfway through the round.
Yeah, and with Katrina on such a charge, now look at where she stands. She's even par for the tournament. She's now 5 back of the lead. It's looking like her chances of catching back up are unlikely, but we've seen how she's played throughout the day. But that, in the woods, that's what I'm always talking about. You just never know how the round is going to go. Regardless of 8 birdies you might have had, bam, you can have one bad hole and it can knock you out. Valarie Manduhano, in her professional career, she's had 5 A-tier wins. No elite events on the disc golf tour just yet, but she is in the lead.
She has just 9 holes left to play, and one of the best women in all of disc golf, Kristen Tatar, 1 stroke behind her. And our runner-up from last year, Owen Scoggins, also right there in the conversation. I get to stay out of the left side rough, as it's a very common collection point.
And I'm thinking about the inexperience from Valarie from elite or major titles. Think about what Kristen's experience has been. Gorgeous shot. And I'm talking about those situations because of the fact that we just have 9 holes left. Valarie might not be paying that close attention to the scores. She's just playing her game. And when you're having a good round in the finals, it could lead to a win that you've never had before because the pressure's not there, or you're not aware of it anyways.
Well, right now, she's got 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. So she's looking for another one on 10. And now we've come out into the open, and Katrina Allen looking to bounce back from the double bogey on 12. And that is not bad at all. Out in the open on the left side. Now we're going to come back to Macy, hole number 11. Slightly uphill, 279. Looking for just a skip up, and well played by Macy. I think you have to almost give the tip of the cap, or maybe a slight nod. Yes, we've seen Valarie win at high levels, taking down amateur world championships and such. She's certainly learned how to win, but then I think to Kristen Tatar and what she's done at our Elite Series events and at the World Championships. We're seeing Kat Murch play the low line. She's going to come up short of circle 1. Then I also look to a Kristen who, you don't win Sportswoman of the Year in Estonia unless you're an elite level athlete with concentration along with athleticism that's unmatched. It's going to be a great battle. Inside the circle for Owen Scoggins, trying to collect a birdie.
And we can't count Owen out. I mean, she's still right there. Owen has had 13 A-tier wins under her belt, but again, no elite events, no majors. So this could be a breakthrough for Owen as well.
That looked so good, and then it, I think, hit a tree just short of the basket and then got a back roll. Nothing going right for Evelina at the moment. And Kat Mertz draws medal from circle 2. However, that looks like it's going to result in a par. A little too much speed as it hits the green and then carries down the hillside. Her putting has been on today, so that may not even bother her. Certainly not a problem for Holly Finley on 11. That was for birdie. Slow down. That also coming in just a bit hot. That's where we saw Holly make from previously. Kat lining up the standstill forehand. This is where her drive landed.
So we get closer to the basket. There's out of bounds surrounding the pin just outside circle's edge.
Kat is now inside the circle looking at a birdie. And this Kat is very close, or correction, sorry, this is Macy. They're both wearing the yellow shirts. Macy taps in for the birdie. Evelina's birdie attempt is high and left. Evelina has yet to card a birdie today. She's +7 for the round. Her 4th birdie in a row. Valarie Mondahano maintains the outright lead.
What a putt. Think about that death putt that she just hit. You know, that just can help build that confidence to continue being aggressive around the green. And that is what's going to pay off.
Owen for birdie.
Wave to the fans, Owen.
And by fans, we mean everyone. Everyone's a fan of Owen Scoggins. How can you not be? So Kristen will need this just to remain within 1 of our leader in Valarie. And of course, she converts. However, that's just Kristen's first birdie in the last 4 holes. Valarie has picked up the last 4. And the difference will remain just 1. We're going to roll that Zuka replay for Valarie Mondahano. Just over the edge. And she has now put together 5 birdies in the last 6 holes. She has the lead by 1 over Kristen Tatar and 3 over Owen Scoggins.
And that's what you'd need as a slight underdog. I mean, you need those big putts. Put the pressure on Kristen Tatar. that is the way that you're going to win this tournament. You know, take advantage of every opportunity. And so far, Valarie has put her foot on the gas in the middle part of this course.
Here's Katrina Allen trying to bounce back from 12, and she does just that with a birdie on 13. Kat at 1 under overall sits 5 behind Valarie. What are they trying to do on 11?
So 11, first things first, get out the gap. Hit the line off of the tee pad. You can see how narrow it is, but it starts to open up as we get closer to the pin. Something that has a little understability to it so it can turn over. But something nice and low could skip up, but you see the roots on this hillside. That can prevent them from skipping and even cause them to roll. Has the makings of a good shot, but it's a little deceiving. That's still outside the circle.
Owen uncertain of just how close that will be. The work she's got to do here to try and pick up the birdie. Again, she sits at 3 under, which is 3 back of Valarie. Oh, and where does that roll to? Looks like it found the bottom left side wood line.
Everyone getting hung up near that tree, except for Kristen, who gets the crazy roll. I think she'll be closest to the pin.
Kat with her tee shot on 14.
Attackable hole, 300 feet, but OB on either side and behind the pin.
And this is Hannah Blumroos from the left side fairway. That's her 3rd shot here on 12. We saw the challenge that 12 provided to Katrina Allen. Hannah hoping to not get bit by the par 5, the second and final par 5 that they'll see.
I can't help to think of how long Henna and Evelina will be here in the States. You know, I wonder if they're traveling throughout the full tour, but when you get that one chance to come over and to put on a show, it just has to be so frustrating for Evelina.
And Owen Scoggins, very uncharacteristically, is going to not be aggressive with her putting attempt. You know there's danger if Owen's laying up. Valarie from circle 2. And thankfully it didn't catch edge. Yes, it hit and it, you know, slid down the hill a little bit. However, had it caught an edge and got up and actually rolled, that could have put her in a position where she might not even be able to see the basket. So a very makeable par putt remains for Valarie. An opportunity for Kristen to go up and get a share of the lead, though, if she converts on the birdie.
Talk about putting on a show. There we go. Evelina gets her first birdie of the round with a very impressive putt.
She walks away with a smile, but at this point, maybe she realizes her fate in this tournament and all pressure is off, and now she's just going to go out there and try to do her best to save the round and what's left of it. That'll bring Evelina to 6 over for the round.
This has to be so tempting for Kristen, knowing that she could get a stroke back, tied up. No harm, no foul.
She'll have the easy tap in, now putting a little bit of pressure back on Val to make her putt for par. Nice confident stroke there by Val. She's going to walk away with the par, and she will retain that one stroke advantage over Kristen. Owen remains 3 back of our leader, Valarie Mondahano. Katrina trying to pick up her second birdie in a row out in the open. Oh, and I thought she did pick it up. Wow, that one just slides out of the right side. Kat cannot be mad. It looked like that was a great putt that just happened to slide out on the right. Here's Henna's fourth. Looks like it get caught up a little bit on that left side. A little frustration. Hole 12 has provided plenty of frustration for our competitors. We're going to see our lead card move over there in just a few moments.
And these scores are not accurate. Saying Kristen Tatar got a bogey on hole 11, which we know that was just a par. So, she still remains 1 stroke back of Valarie.
Owen's score, however, is correct at that 3 back of Valarie. So that'll all get adjusted here in a moment. But nonetheless, the intensity is not slowing down here as they're moving over to hole number 12, the par 5. And we continue to bounce around the course because there's so many other women that are absolutely in contention here and part of this conversation.
That's a good shot.
Any quiet shot in the woods is a good shot. Henna pitches out underneath the basket. And for the first time this weekend, we get to see Ella Hansen crushing on hole 15.
Needs to sit down. Oh, it's landing nice and flat. That looks to be safe. Ella Hansen, relatively quiet, but yet great round going. She's got 3 birdies, no bogeys whatsoever. And she's moved up 5 spots into a tie for 12th. Her card mate, Katrina Allen, doing work. Cat is going to be in that lower ditch area. And unfortunately, I feel like we're on repeat. We're just constantly finding our competitors off of the fairway. Just a few feet here for Holly Finley. Hole 12, just relentless. You're not going to miss a thing. We're going to play through right here on 12.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Having my own line of discs, all named after sound design terms, is a dream come true for me. After all kinds of testing and throwing different molds, I was easily able to come to a decision on what molds that I wanted. So the Reverb for me is a perfect distance driver. It's going to cover almost all of my distance driver needs. I'm just so thankful for Prodigy for believing in me and giving me this opportunity to have a couple amazing discs under my name that I can trust.
Disc golf on a winter morning. There's nothing like it. Just me. The sound of snow under my feet and open fairways. A perfect drive. You cash in that perfect...
And thanks for playing through. The rest of the regulation round here will be commercial free. Rejoining Cap Merch, hole 12.
It's very rare if we get windy days, and it's really cute. Like you'll step out and you're like, oh, it's hot.
Yeah.
I hate it. I don't like the weather out there.
Sweating already.
Yeah, you're like
the dry
sweating.
heat is better, but it's like bad for the skin.
Yeah, like being in Utah.
Yeah.
I feel like I was in an oven, like a dry heat oven.
Yep. True.
Even Las Vegas is dry.
Yeah.
Arizona.
It's so awkward though, because when it's cold,
My
it's like
hands are still like this.
It's a
This
crack.
is-
Talking about the various weather conditions that our competitors are faced with throughout the year. And great kick off the tree for Holly Finley. That's going to roll right next to the pin.
Holly's sitting at even par, tied with Cat Merch. In 7th place.
From Estonia, that like men who are like working outside.
Working hands or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember the name. I remember what it was.
It's never easy to step up to a very difficult hole after a long break, but Evelina finds the fairway.
Tree free, and that in itself is an accomplishment here off the tee of hole number 12.
It is me, right? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I didn't want to get on the key and then somebody else come up. That was pinball.
I believe that's the best drive we've seen from Owen here on 12. She struggled in the first 2 rounds with this tee shot. She's going to be happy with that. Unlike Kristen Tatar, that is just about the worst case scenario. Kick to the left side of the fairway, and truly one of the first times we've seen a significant mistake out of Kristen today. Here's Ella Hansen. That was her birdie bid. on 14, and it looks like that actually rolled longer than the previous putt.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. I just mentioned moments ago that she's been bogey-free. She's had 3 birdies on the day, and now she's faced with this circle 2 putt into a headwind. Kristen outstretched to her right, and this is an incredible recovery shot. And that's going to be right next to where Evelina had landed, but still a great recovery by Kristen Tatar. We're going to roll that Zuka replay on the recovery shot by Kristen. Compact forehand, perfect angle. Kicking up into the right would provide even more challenge, but she stayed right in the middle of the fairway.
And so now she's pretty much even where Evelina and Owen's drive landed, just with that extra stroke. So she's back in position, is the best way to explain it.
Taking a late kick. I thought that was going to just continue, maybe even find the long side of the fairway. Stiff crosswind putt here for Katrina Allen. This is for birdie. And riding the wind right into the middle of the chains. Katrina Allen, another birdie.
And cleaning up that double bogey, she's back to 8 under par for the round. Outstanding. I mean, think about it. She's at 2 under par for the tournament.
And that is a bogey putt for Macy Valadiaz. She's looking to move out of the woods of 12 and get back out into the open. Merch's par attempt is just off the top band, so she's going to collect a bogey here on 12. Unfortunately, that's a pretty common theme. Pierce, however, putting for the elusive birdie on 12. Count it.
Sitting in 9th place. 3rd birdie of the day for Paige.
Holly's in for her par, and we're going to see Kat actually fall back a stroke. So just like that, Paige a moment ago was in 9th, and now it looks like she's going to jump up another spot or 2. Here's Katrina Allen on the tee of 16.
That is over on the left-hand side, but really hole 16, it's all about that second shot. This is such a great drive from Owen. Let's see if she can follow it up.
And a very fortunate kick out. The question is, will it flop over and stop? I thought that was going to be so good. If it would have just fallen over immediately after hitting the right side tree line, she would have been in good position. She's going to have work to do from at least 50 feet beyond where she had originally landed.
Wow, a lot of ground play right there on that hillside. Evelina rolls forward, just on the, a little bit on the rough on the left.
This is Kristen's third.
Another disc rolling away.
And I think they're discussing exactly what you were just noting, Val. What's going on with all this ground play up here?
Seems to be right at that perfect distance for that second shot. You know, you're not going to lay up short just to avoid it. Trying to hit that hillside, maybe get a little bit of momentum to kick you up on top of the hill.
Valarie and Mason discussing her best possible options for her third shot. And this looks like a relatively conservative pitch out. While they move into position, we've got Macy Valadiaz with her drive on 13. It's a long distance drive there by Macy.
What a save from Manuhanu. Oh my goodness. Out of position, makes a smart play to pitch out. This shot is incredible.
Not much room to work with. And you saw the tiny gap. Look how low it was to the ground. And it gets the little bit of ground play to carry her right to the pin, and she's going to have a great opportunity to save the par.
Sure, it got a little lucky, but that's what disc golf is all about. Hitting those low percentage lines and taking advantage of what you can, especially in the woods. You got to rely on a little luck.
And I feel like whatever the shot is that we see from Owen here, you have to wonder if it's going to be similar to what Kristen is going to have. I think Kristen is up the fairway a little bit more into the left, but still dealing with some of the similar obstruction between them and the basket.
little bit of a flare skip off to the left. She's going to be left with a lengthy tester putt.
And Katrina Allen way off on the left side here of 16. Pretty good recovery shot, and as we've said before, I'm not sure it matters where Katrina is relative to the basket. If she's got her putter in her hands, it seems to be working today. And not to be outdone with recovery shots, the little forehand flick by Kristen, and she's going to match Valarie Mandujano. Kat Merch, T of 13.
With a good upshot here, Evelina has a chance to go back-to-back birdies.
She's up there. She's looking at it. See if she can convert on a C1X putt.
Owen also looking at a birdie once she gets up to her upshot. Let's see how the visual is from Owen. I know she squeaked off to the left side.
I believe we have Zoe Andyke out on the green. Zoe, can you give us an assessment of what Owen is looking at?
Yeah, it's very ceiling. Only able to see about half of the right side of the basket.
Yeah, sounded like a lot of complications, but Owen still wanted to have that. I mean, how frustrated was she?
Not able to convert. If she can see it, she's trying to put it in, that's for sure. And actually, Evelina from outside of the circle. I thought she was a few steps inside. Either way, it's going to result in a miss there for Evelina, but she'll likely have the par then to tap in. And to retain the one-stroke advantage heading into the last third of the course, Valarie Mandujano, your outright leader over this woman, Kristen Tatar. Kristen going to match with a par. And we have just 6 holes left to play. Rejoining Kat Merch, her approach shot on 13. And Katrina Allen putting for birdie. This is way deep in circle 2. Oh, so close, on point to the elevated basket, just a hair short. Katrina Allen has been deadly today.
She's 57% from C2. With attempts like that, she's got to keep running them.
Little curl up next to the pin, just deep for Macy. Here's Paige Pierce on that card. Circle 2. Oh, and that was the safe par for Pierce. I would have assumed that was for birdie, but instead the par. Here's Macy. Also with a make of her own. That will be for birdie for Macy. And Kat Murch converts on her birdie putt on 13. And Kat Murch will go momentarily here. We'll see her go back to even with the birdie. Val, we've seen 4 and 5 stroke swings in the last few holes of this tournament. So I am not ruling anything out at this point because it's been absolutely crazy. But right now, it seems as if Valarie Mandujano, along with Kristen Tatar, they seem to be most in the groove, most in the zone. And you got to love their putt today. They've been nearly flawless, and they've got plenty of power. So would you say they have the distinct advantage, or is Owen Scoggins right there too?
Owen is definitely there, but Kristen and Valarie just look a little bit more locked in. And just comparing their stats, I mean, they are so similar on fairway hits, their amount of their putting percentages. I mean, it is so slim, you know, who has an advantage over the other, and it's one stroke at this point. But here's a look at hole 13. You could go up the gut as the drone is flying, but the landing zone for the majority of players is down here on this lower part on the left-hand side. It's a little bit more open. You can see the trees start to space out a little bit more. It's all about judging the distance on the second shot. We have out of bounds that can come into play if you throw it a little bit long, but judging the distance and making sure you're landing within the circle, that's going to give you a great opportunity to get a birdie.
Evelina with the honors, hole 13. Again, her comfort level and her struggles have not been from the tee. It's been everything in that shorter range. So we see another great tee shot here by Evelina. Evelina now sits 8 back of this woman, Valarie Mandujano.
Valarie going immediately left just to punch out into that landing zone. With that forehand shot, though, it takes a lot of distance away from what you could get off of the drive.
That's a great drive by Owen. And if this remains clean, I would expect this to be closest to the pin. Also, huge shot by Kristen Tatar. Up ahead on 14, we have Macy with a forehand. And that's carried deep.
You can see the flag. They're dealing with an extreme tailwind. So that wind that we saw at the beginning of the round, complete opposite of what they typically get. So it's they're probably not throwing the same shots that they practiced.
That just barely stays in bounds for Kat Murch. And Katrina Allen right now is 8 under par, and that currently ties what we're seeing as a course record out of Owen Scoggins from last year.
She is giving it one heck of a run. She's got the 10-10 discs, hot round of the day currently, and we've got 2 holes to play. 17 Will she go for the green off the tee on 18? I mean, there's still an opportunity to get that solo best round. But man, leave it to Katrina Allen to put on a show when it's your last opportunity. Coming back from the 5th card with a score like that.
Inside the circle for Valarie. Looks like she'll be left with a light tailwind putt from that side of the basket. Paige Pierce on the tee of 14. Pierce is 1 over for the round. And that's inside 25 feet. Pierce had dug herself a little bit of a hole a few hours ago, starting out with the triple bogey on 1. She didn't pick up her first birdie until 4. She's birdied 2 out of the last 4 holes. After the approach shot to deep of the pin, this is Kat Mertz coming back at the basket for her par. And she likes it. She had to work hard for it, and she can appreciate it.
Some of the best upshots that we've seen on this hole.
A little closer than Valarie, perhaps, but certainly far from a tap in.
And you were talking about Own, if she still has a chance. You know, Kristen, Valarie, they're very solid in today's round. Their stats are great in every category. Own, you know, just a couple strokes back. It's all about her putting. It was the fairway hits that kind of took her back.
Now we're seeing Paige Pierce. She picks up the birdie, but it appears that it's going to be too little, too late for Pierce. Not seeing her in our top 5 spots there. Paige Pierce sitting back at 1 under overall. See Kristen's blue disc at least 5, maybe 8 feet closer. Valarie for birdie. Count it. She continues to answer. Valarie now 5 under on the round. That's with 2 bogeys way back on holes 2 and 4. For the moment, she has a 2-stroke advantage over Kristen. And sitting on a 4-stroke lead over this woman, Owen Scoggins. And that might be it for Owen Scoggins. I am, again, in shock to see Owen miss from inside the circle. That was for birdie. Assuming she makes the comeback, she'll be then 4 short of Valarie. Here's Kristen. Center chains on the pole the whole way. She responds to Valarie's birdie with 1 of her own, and now she remains just 1 back, sitting in 2nd.
And that was actually Owen's first miss from C1X today.
Well, that makes sense why I was so surprised by it then, Val, because I feel like I'm always used to every time there's a putter in Owen's hands, she's probably then putting it into the basket. And so I had to actually hold my breath for a moment once I saw that one splash out. She walks away with the par. Here's Evelina trying to pick up a birdie. A little bit high, but in, and Evelina, again, too little, too late, but has picked up 2 out of the last 3 birdies. Let's take a look at what Val Mandujano has been doing today. She has a 1-stroke lead currently over Kristen Tatar. She opened up the round. With that drive, she'd go on to convert. Picks up the birdie, then headed over hole number 8. Puts on the brakes, collects the birdie. She had got birdies on 5 and 7 as well. Then makes this great putt on hole number 10 to complete a 4-pack of birdies. And left side chain pulls it in on 13. Val has birdied 7 out of her last 10 holes.
And she's had to work for those birdies too. I mean, she's had to hit several 15-foot putts. She had 2 putts inside the circle, just barely inside the circle. But these weren't 10-foot putts. I mean, she has had to keep that putter alive. And under pressure, that is just not easy to do.
Well, you saw some of the notable statistics there provided to us by Paragon Disc Golf. Sitting in the top 3 or 4 in almost every major category for Valarie. And there is a park job. That's going to nestle up right next to the pin. And Evelina finding a new relaxed state to be playing in. She's going to try and climb up a few more spots as she's already dipped all the way down to 10th place after starting today in the lead. And Valarie sliding just past the pin.
She is locked in. Just seeing those highlights, and then we flash back to this whole park sit. Can Kristen follow suit?
Oh, Kristen can't get past the 2 goalpost trees. Advantage Mandujano. That's going to come to rest on the sidewalk. It tried to fight back, but it stays there. And Owen Scoggins is going to be out of bounds. We jump up ahead to our 5th card, Katrina Allen, hole 17.
Can this work back? It's a little too left for my liking.
See the approach by Macy Valadiaz.
There's a pep in her step today.
There certainly should be with the way she came out firing. She had the little hiccup on hole 1, but then strung together 6 out of the next 7 holes for birdie. So Kat Murch trying to make a move. A little bit deep for Kristen. Kristen Tatar and Sarah Holcomb, the only 2 women today that have clean scorecards. So they have remained bogey-free. Although Kristen will be challenged a little bit with that putt.
And Owen skips a little bit past. That will be her putt for bogey. And you can see the wind. It looks like it's a little bit of crosswind from where Owen will be putting. It's really shifting around.
And although we might be looking at Owen as not necessarily contending for the lead or vying for the win right now as much, unless something crazy were to happen, she's got Henna Blumros right there tied with her as she was coming into this hole. And then also Katrina Allen, who's been having this hot round, sits at -2 overall as well. So if Owen were to convert this, she would go to 2 under par for the tournament and be in a tie with Katrina Allen. And also, that would push her off the podium. Owen for bogey.
So uncharacteristic. To keep pace, Kristen Tatar needs to make this putt. Huge momentum shift for Valarie Mandujano.
This could be a 2-stroke swing in favor of Valarie if she converts this birdie putt.
Boom.
Playing in front of her home state, Valarie Mandujano here in day number 3, putting on a show. She now goes to 6 under. She's collected 8 birdies, and she will have a 3-stroke advantage over Kristen Tatar with just 4 holes left to play.
How incredible. I mean, who would have thought that on this hole that the wind is more favorable than it ever has been? And to see a 2-stroke swing leading into the final 4 holes, which we know can be so incredibly challenging.
Let's take another look. I know plenty of people are out there calling that the commentator curse. I was just commenting she was bogey free, and then she picks one up here, and that woman, Valarie, now a 3-stroke advantage.
And so I had to look back to see what Kristen and Valarie have done on the last 4 holes to finish this tournament this year. For Kristen Tatar, she shot a 4 over in the last 4 holes in the first round, even for the second round. So she's 4 over in these next 4 holes. Valarie, on the other hand, she shot a 1 over on the first round and a 1 under in the second round. So she's played very solid in some of the most challenging holes on the course. So there's a 4-stroke difference in how they've shot in these final 4 holes. So again, advantage to Valarie moving into these final, very challenging, scary, all the crazy words you can put there. It's not an easy finish.
And everything you just said, and then throw on top of it additional nerves to try and take down the largest event of your career. Kristen's done it. Kristen's been there before. She's won at the highest levels. We saw what she did when she was here last year. We know that is certainly within her, and she's very calm and collected. Valarie's going to have to channel all of that to keep her emotions in check as she's trying to hunt down this Elite Series event. We're back with Evelina on the tee of 15. Evelina playing with the comfort level we saw her in round number 1.
So again, we have a tailwind on this tee pad. So it's going to bring discs a little bit more left.
This is nice and low, so even if it's off center, it's not going to get much play, but that is right in the middle of the fairway. Exactly what she was looking to do. Kristen Tatar just going to play this to swing from left to right.
Yeah, this is a nice, safe shot. She can use all that left-hand side of the fairway, but still have room for it to curl back.
Also a perfect finish.
Hoverboard, worm burner for Owen, but it gets a good amount of distance.
We saw the drive by Katrina. Here's her second shot on 17. That's drifting. The question, does it hook up at the end? See if Kat gives us a reaction.
What a risky shot to go for. She can't see the basket. She can't see the green, but she is still chasing that course record if she is in fact in bounds after that shot.
Yeah, Kat is putting it all out there today, not only playing incredible, but she's, as a champion and as a two-time world champion and as a player who's won so many events, if Kat finishes in second or fifth, I'm not sure there's a huge difference at this point. She's going after that first place spot. It's all or nothing for her right now. What a great battle.
Owen was making up the distance that she lost off the tee, putting it very close. Look at that flag, Terry.
Yeah, I'm gonna I want to recheck on that 7 mile per hour that we saw at the beginning of the day. I don't believe that to be the case at all. I did see in the afternoon, I thought we were gonna have anywhere from 18 to 28 mile per hour winds, and it looks like those might be rolling into town. And Val getting hung up.
Yep, leaving it a little short. She's outside the circle. That's what I'm thinking. We're talking about these wins. The best thing that these players can do is just try and get their disc as close to the basket as possible. We know that the pressure's ramping up, and it's not going to make these putts any easier.
Kristen trying to pull within 2. Certainly closer.
And you can, I would say you can almost count that in from Kristen. I mean, that is very close. Valarie is now going to have the pressure to not lose a stroke. I think the more strokes that you can build up, the more comfortable you could be executing these final few holes.
Just a standstill here for Evelina. Saw the wind pushing it down though. So Katrina Allen not only just in bounds, but inside circle 1. Kat to go 9 under on the round. Oh, and such a good, solid bid. Certainly not leaving it short. And she'll tap in for the par. So Katrina Allen sits at 2 under. And at this point, she would need a colossal meltdown by Kristen and Valarie to have really, I think, any chance at going after the title. However, the battle that she's put out there today, right now she sits in a tie for 3rd along with Henna, and she has just 1 hole left to play. Kat up 14 spots today. Huge putt for Mandahano.
That tailwind just dropped it. But that's a good thing. I mean, she's right underneath the pin. The scariest part about going for a putt like that is going too far past in your attempt.
Here's Evelina for birdie. light left side for Evelina. So she won't get the 3 in a row, but she has still birdied 3 out of the last 5. She'll likely remain at even for the tournament. That's what we expect.
Slam it in there, Owen. And it was a little deceiving. This is no gimme putt.
We thought it was a moment ago, and now we have a different angle, and you see that there's a little meat left on the bone here. No problems for Kristen, though. She pulls within 2 with 3 left to play. Evelina with the tap in for her par. And they head across the parking lot over to hole number 16. Meanwhile, Katrina Allen, hole 18. A birdie would secure a new course record. This is always Katrina's play. Left side fairway. In fact, I believe we almost saw her throw it in for eagle last year as it splashed out. Again, a birdie will earn her course record honors. Here's Holly Finley. That was for birdie, just laying it up next to the elevated pin on 16. Holly Finley 1 under for today's round.
And it's not too late. The first time we'll see Missy Gannon on our coverage.
Missy's 3 under for the round, sitting in a tie for 11th after moving up 6 spots today. She was tied with Katrina coming into the round. And Kat Murch picks up yet another birdie. She's been on fire in spurts today. Great final round here by Kat Murch. Macy had a slow start. This would bring her to 1 under for the round and 2 under overall. This is for Paige Pierce also to get to 2 under for the tournament. And she converts. Paige now has picked up 4 birdies in the last 6 holes.
Yeah, relatively clean scorecard, a very un-Paige-like scorecard. You know, birdies every now and again. Of course, that triple bogey on the first hole, but nothing just really clicked for Paige. It was her round to give it that one last-ditch effort, but nothing ever came together.
If she can finish strong, we still may see her on the podium. So it's funny that we can say she didn't have her best round, and here she is, you know, peeking in, looking at a podium finish. She's currently tied for 3rd with Katrina Allen and Macy Valadiaz, along with Ona Henna.
There's some players. Paige Pierce is a player where if she's not winning, it's like, yeah, maybe next week. You know, I don't really see the podium finishes as a goal anymore for a player like Paige. And with a big tailwind here on 16, it's important for the players to throw it nice and high, get it to turn over. Perfect wind to just crush it off the tee pad.
And Evelina's listening. Well, if she's at all nervous, she's certainly not showing it. That is a great shot by Valarie. Here's Ella Hansen. Hole 18. She had laid up to the left side of the fairway. Oh, that is going to be short. Unsure if they're going to mark her on the deep side of the pond. And this is a live look. Hole number 16. The parking lot up on the top. That's where you often find many of our competitors, where sometimes they're even stationed up there for the weekend. See some of that van and travel lifestyle that Paige talked about back at the press conference when she said she pulled in here and she knew she was with her friends and family and all of her closest competitors and loved ones, as that is the main camping area for a number of our competitors. Val, you and Nate, two of the early van lifers, taking in all of that many years ago.
I know, that is something you do miss. I mean, traveling to the next city, waking up in a new place, and you're just constantly experiencing something new. I mean, the disc golf lifestyle, it isn't for everyone, but if you are an adventurous traveler, I mean, it's some of the best adventuring you could do, and you're out there meeting some of the best people in the world.
Did you ever think that it would become such commonplace for so many of it would be so normalized for so many of our competitors, as you guys were some of the early adopters to that? Did you think we'd see, you know, literally dozens of players out there adopting that lifestyle?
It's an easy thing to get addicted to, and I followed suit with my brother going on tour with the Winnie crew back in the early 2000s. So it's a fun life. Very fortunate to be disc golfers.
Some of those stories we can share, some we'll just keep close to us. Here's Hannah, tee of 17. I like that. So Hannah currently in that huge log jam and a tie for third at the moment with 4 other women. But your leader, Valarie, is going to push left side, and that would be a long birdie look. We'll see if she's going to be aggressive or if she's just going to pitch that up next to the basket. This is Katrina. She's going to need the birdie for a new course record. Oh, and it hits, skips up onto the edge, and then rolls back in, slides back into the water, and Kat will have a look to save the par from there. If she does, then she will share the course record with Owens Goggins.
Kristen Tatar has been taking her time to make sure she knows the distance. Getting this close, she can get another stroke. Yeah, that'll do.
And she answers the opportunity.
I just honestly can't see Valarie going for that putt. The wind is just ripping on this hole. Elevated basket. I mean, a lot of things could go wrong if you go for a putt that's maybe a little outside the comfort zone.
Take another look at the shot, but more importantly, her reaction to it. Kristen just out here doing her job.
She is one of the most focused people out there. I mean, when she was taking down the preserve, I mean, we didn't see her smile, even though she had a commanding lead. We didn't see her smiling until she had that trophy in her hands. So it goes to show, I mean, just remaining focused on what you have to do and not letting anything slip away. Don't let the emotions come into play. Evelina's trying to go for this. She's got to go 20 feet over the basket.
Instead, she's going to pitch up right next to it. That should be a slam dunk for her. And you may need to come in with that force and authority with that much wind. I think we're going to see a relatively quick routine here. That's exactly what she does. She's just going to pitch up next to the pin, and for the second hole in a row, she's going to surrender a stroke to Kristen Tatar. Owen with the par. Remain at a tie for third. Evelina taps in. And the lone birdie by Kristen. She now is just one behind the leader, Valarie, with 2 left to play.
And I go and predict, how they're going to feel coming into these final 4 holes. And Kristen is making massive improvements on what she has done in the previous 2 days. Currently 2 under in the last 4 holes compared to an even par or a 4 over.
And this is Katrina Allen after the OB stroke, is putting for par, and this is to tie the course record. And a solid finish. Although she found the water, she still made the putt, and Katrina Allen, a gutsy performance out here today. Again, she started in 17th place. And walking to the clubhouse, she's going to be tied for third. That was Henna's second, but let's take a look at what they're trying to do on 17.
Welcome to the hardest hole on the course.
Yay!
Hole 17. You can see the sidewalk here, and left is out of bounds. Also, the rough on the right is out of bounds. Players are looking to land here on the corner. You don't want to get pinched up against those trees, so short or a little bit long works. But you can see the next part of the hole. You got out of bounds lining both sides. We know the wind is picking up right now, so the second shot just needs to land safe. I don't know how aggressive the players are going to be, but today I'm thinking a par would be a good score to shoot for. It is just such a challenging hole when you're not throwing it inbounds. No birdies today.
Do you think that's going to change here, Val?
Ugh, I don't know. The wind is just picking up so much. I mean, and dramatically. It's got to be up to 25, and with gusts even higher possibly.
Henna pitches up. Here's Holland Hanley. Not really giving it a run. She's also going to be content just to pitch up. Here's Kat Murch now back on the tee of 17. Similar result for Macy.
Yeah, that position is ideal.
A little bit of a frustrated laugh that comes from Holly Finley. Rebecca Cox on the green of 17. This is for par. Solid. You can see the smile. Again, breaking this down, it really has come down to, unless something epic happens, it really comes down to the two-woman race that we're seeing between Valarie and Kristen. However, one stroke is far from comfortable with the 2 holes that remain, and I know you've been talking about that for a little while, but we simply can't overstate it. 17 and 18 are absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and with how much out of bounds there is on every one of the shots coming up. Think about a tee shot on 17, you can go out of bounds. The second shot on 17, even if you land in the perfect spot, you could go out of bounds. You could even putt out of bounds on 17. So there's at least 3 chances there. And then you go to 18. Even a safe layup on the left-hand side, there's chances of going out of bounds and then crossing the water and putting. So there's so many chances that you can find trouble, even if you're trying to play safe or, you know, trying to lay off the gas. You still have to remain focused at all times to hit the spot you want to hit, get to that landing zone, and stay focused. So, yeah, you can't be comfortable with one stroke.
Yeah, there is simply no walking it in, so to speak. Like, you need to concentrate and keep that focus, as you were just saying, for every single shot. Traveling partner in KT sitting there, along with your good friend Kristen. And I believe Kristen and Silver, I'm unsure of Katie, but Kristen and Silver are going to be bouncing back and forth over the pond, so to speak, multiple times throughout this year. We're going to see quite a bit of them. In fact, I think they're going to be going back relatively soon, but then we'll see them in the middle part of April for the new PDGA major taking place at the International Disc Golf Center. So we're going to see a little back and forth as the year goes on, that all being part of the new sponsorship and support that Kristen's seen here in the off season, which was a very exciting one at that. So much more support for our FPO players, and also excited here on the network to be showing you the rounds in their entirety throughout this year, giving you the full 18-hole matchup every single morning, and then coming back in the afternoons with the MPO round. Thank you guys for joining us.
That was such a low release. She gets the crowd's approval.
Macy with an extensive softball background. We've seen her pick up disc golf in the last few years and come onto the scene very, very quickly. Not only with a sponsorship, but then also some solid play in the last couple of years. Here's beautiful look over the river. The Brazos River, I believe is how it's pronounced. We had to look that up. I always went with Brazos, but apparently it's not pronounced that way. So learning every time we step into Waco. Here's Paige Pierce.
Oh, no.
That is not going to have enough time to fight back, and that is way out there.
She was hoping it would go to the other side so that she could retrieve it.
And Paige Pierce was currently sitting in a tie for third, but she's likely going to fall off of that pace. As we see Rebecca Cox with the tee shot on 18. Paige has played bogey free going all the way back to hole 8. However, she's in trouble on 17. Here's Holland Hanley. Also recently took to touring. Push left, little wind lift, and she'll get it. Great tee shot for Holland. Hannah parred 17. Currently sits at 2 under and is in the tie for third at the moment.
What a smash. She is such a great distance driver and an incredible putter too.
Here's Kat Murch, who sits in solo possession of 8th place.
I'm always going to pay attention to what the flag is doing on the top of the basket. And on 17, it's a little breezy, but not as intense as we've seen on the previous holes. So it might be a little bit more protected around the green.
And you see the spotter running over, giving the green flag to Holly Finley. As we are up and beyond where hole number 17's green. On the top right section of your screen, that's actually where the tee pad of hole 18 is. Everybody hanging out in the parking lot, just waiting for the log jam to pass through on hole 17.
And everybody looks pretty relaxed. You know, with what we know the situation is on scoring, they are truly taking this time to just chill out, chat, then get back to focusing.
Yeah, and you're seeing Kristen here sits 1 stroke behind Valarie, and they're just all hanging out as if it's just a regular old day out at the park, and no big deal. We just have 2 of the toughest holes to play, and before we crown our champion here in Waco. Here's Pierce after going out of bounds. And nearly perfect approach.
And I'm thinking, you know, regardless of who wins today, whether it's Kristen or Valarie, it just goes with the trend of what we've seen in Waco. I mean, we're always seeing new winners at this event. So who it will be this year, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like we're ready on 17. Not what Kristen wanted there, but she is safe. We'll see what that second shot looks like, if she has choices or if she's forced to just lay up. Same here for Owen. Very short. Not likely they're going to be able to see around the corner. There we go. Beautiful shot from Evelina.
Two holes to play. This woman, Valarie, with a 1-stroke advantage over Kristen Tatar, who's not in position. Here's the crucial tee shot on 17. Does need to sit, and it does. If she had carried another 20 or 30 feet, that's actually where there's a little bit of a driveway, a concrete driveway that comes into play that could be that is out of bounds. So she comes up short of it, and she should be in good position. She'll have options. Here's Henna with her second shot. The standstill, it looks like it needs a little bit more. It's going to come up short, and you see the frustration from Henna. And now we see her throw her next shot since she did not cross. And Henna, with hole 18 coming at her, she is going to fall off of the podium spot she once sat on. And Macy Valadiaz not converting on the short putt of 17. And there's Kat Murch tapping in. Kat is in for a par.
Paige did end up saving that bogey. So now they have to walk back up the fairway to get to 18. So we'll have our lead card.
Kind of stand down and wait for them to pass and be like, okay, your turn. You can tag in. Now you can go battle hole 17. And there's the out of bounds area on that right side that I was talking about, as that carries up a driveway. You can find that if you go deep on your tee shot on hole 17.
I can see Evelina's disc down there. Kristen just walked past it.
So Kristen is well short of the corner, which you're thinking she's definitely needs to lay up. The question is, lay up to where? Because wherever it is, it's not going to be easy.
And right after where Evelina lands, it starts to slope down. So it's a blind shot. Who knows? It could pick up on edge and roll out of bounds. So, like what you're saying, it's not an easy layup.
Is a stiff left to right wind coming. So if she gets this with a little bit of the bottom showing, it could actually just kind of push her back to the right and keep her in bounds. And that looks like a very safe layup. That'll work for Kristen. However, still has to approach down to that OB surrounded green that's down there on the hole number 17.
And my favorite part of watching disc golf and watching live disc golf specifically is these chess matches that happen in our leaders when they're competing, and every stroke matters. So now Kristen's on the fairway in 2. Val's in a pretty good position, but is she in a good enough position that she wants to risk going for it?
And here we are with Kat Murch on the tee of 18. Playing for the layup to the left side. She's had a pretty solid round here today.
From almost going out of bounds short right, now she's out of bounds on the left.
And considering the position in which Kristen is in, you just talked about the chess match. Is this a shot that Valarie should be aggressive on?
I think it's going to be hard enough just trying to land it in bounds, and that should be her full focus right now.
This looks great. Unbelievable, the shot by Valarie.
Oh my gosh.
Inside the circle, perfectly riding the crosswind, letting it fight back. It slides into the circle. Valarie has a look at birdie.
If I was Val, if I was Mason, I would be fist pumping. Oh my, that was such an unbelievable shot. I mean, the moment where it starts to turn over, I know it's going to be safe, and it continues fighting forward, and then this finish, skipping up close to the basket. Insane.
She
absolutely
played the wind perfectly in regard to what her disc was going to do to have it fight back, at the very end just to have it stable up and just a few feet past the pin. We rolled the Zuka replay. I would jump on the Zuka and I would ride that down the hill right now like a cowboy. Holy cow, what a shot.
Somebody please make a gif of that.
Unreal. And Kristen now has to answer as if she wasn't stressed out enough. Now she has to step up and answer that shot. This is, looks like it got caught up actually. I was going to say that was tracking OB. And the shot by Val may have just secured it. Kristen not able to answer. Val should have a somewhat comfortable lead moving into hole number 18.
Got to take a look at this. I mean, we could replay this 10 more times and I wouldn't get sick of looking at it. You saw the view that she had. I mean, such a scary gap. The wind is just ripping left to right, and she has so much control over that drive.
And that likely will be the shot that secures the victory here for Valarie. Kristen Tatar, after bringing it inbounds, the full meter. Little pitch up next to the basket. And as a clarification, Kristen was inbounds. She brought it back inbounds, the full meter that she's allotted, but her shot did not carry out of bounds initially. So she's now putting for bogey, and it could be an additional 2 strokes between her and Valarie if Valarie were to convert.
It's right there. It's here? Yeah, I see it right here. All right, that's good.
A solid approach shot for her own. Although I think we're going to see her fall back or slide back on the leaderboard. She came in tied for 3rd as she entered hole number 17. That was tied with Kat Murch, or correction, that was tied with Katrina Allen. And Kat Murch sits back in a tie for 5th at 1 under par along with Paige Pierce and Macy Valadiaz.
Still nothing to be completely comfortable about. You know, we never know what nerves are going to do, but certainly this was a great confidence boost for Valarie going into just 1 more hole to play. Miss putt there from Evelina, stays safe.
And far from a tap-in for bogey here for Kristen Tatar. She doesn't want to give any additional cushion to Valarie going into the final hole. Kristen. Double bogey, hole 17. For bogey. And with that, as I said, she'll fall back to 1 under for the tournament. And Valarie completes the birdie on 17. That puts her to 7 under for the round, 9 under overall. She's your outright leader. And a comfortable lead at that over this woman. Kristen Tatar looks like she may be coming up short today.
What a big moment right here. I mean, water right there on the left. If she plays it too safe, she's going out of bounds on the right. She hit the line perfectly. She had the perfect disc, the perfect amount of speed, and it put the pressure back on Kristen to force something to happen. I mean, what a crucial moment for Valarie, and what a big moment in her career. Heading down the stretch and looking like she's going to be taking down her first elite victory. This is huge.
First, she's going to have to conquer hole 18. And Val, how is she going to go about it?
Well, from what all the other competitors seem to be doing, it's laying up on the left-hand side. Although there is the chance that somebody could go over the water, it's not likely. So lay up to the left. The second shot is over the water. You have to judge the distance perfectly. Anything too short, of course, you want to make sure you hit land. Anything too long, you could find out of bounds beyond the basket as well. And I hear that the tee shot is a pure headwind shot. So even that first shot, you have to really pick your line and commit. It's all go. If Valarie can stay safe throughout this hole, the tournament is hers.
Good to play with you, ladies. Good to play with you, ladies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Hey. I'm so sorry. You're fine.
Still all smiles on this card.
I know I'd be smiling if I was Valarie. She has a 4-stroke lead going into the final hole. And I'm going to say, I feel like in order for me to feel comfortable in a situation like this, I would want at least 4. And that's exactly what she has. As you mentioned, if she can just throw a couple of clean shots, this should be hers. One hole away from claiming her first Elite Series event. Perfect.
Another great shot. Oh, and already congratulating Valarie in the background. Love it.
Heather Young along with Valarie's sister Alexis in the background. Evelina biting off a little bit more, and that's also going to be a great shot. Kristen Tatar, who has not parred since hole number 12. That needs to fight back at a little wind. It does. And that'll put her close to the edge. But with her, she celebrates behind. That's not going to be enough because Valarie is safe and inbounds.
Oh my god. It wind side, like left to right or something right now? Right? From our ankle.
Right to left headwind.
Right to left. Right to left, yeah. During the wind made it look right to left, not so sure. I threw it and I was like, oh shoot. I'm like walking on that side, like
I think that's the only disc in your bag you could have thrown.
This one is.
That's not messing you up.
I want to use that one.
Sometimes tough to tell secrets to your fiance when there's a camera in your face. Here's Owen Scoggins, 4 drives inbounds. So that in itself is a feat here on hole 18. Owen going for the green. She doesn't like it.
Left to right crosswind. She flips it up just a little bit. Wind carries it a little too much right than she would have wanted.
Owen would need the birdie to jump up back into a tie with Katrina Allen. So from that range, likely looking at a par, which would then result in a tie for 4th.
The other threat of this shot is if you have too much hyzer on it, the wind can smack it down short. Evelina has plenty of power and checks up short before the OB long.
And certainly one thing, whether they had to have the conversation or not, I don't think so, because Valarie obviously is a skillful player. I'm just thinking go long. I don't even care if you go deep past the basket and go out of bounds long. At least get over to the other side of the pond. The only mistake you can't make here is to come up short and not get over to the other side.
It's all about winning this tournament. It's not about the score you take. Go, go, go.
And that is it, folks. That's all she needed. Kristen also with a solid shot, but Kristen will be finishing 2nd on the podium. A solid performance and a hard-fought battle.
Another year of the Waco Annual Charity Open and another new face in our Elite Series winners. And although the score separation might look impressive, I don't think the story will be told years from now of just how incredible the battle was between Valarie and Kristen. I mean, to play so hard in this final round specifically, and for it to come down to hole 17 to really take Kristen out of this match. I mean, it really could have been either one of their tournaments, and today Valarie proved that she was focused on winning. Absolutely incredible performance from these two competitors.
Possibly a little extra special doing it in your home state. In the press conference, Mason was talking about how good it felt to only be 3 hours away before having to come to play in this tournament. It's a course and a facility that they're very familiar with. They've played for many years. And so a little hometown vibe of sorts, or at least home state vibe, coming in for both of them. With a solid approach right next to the pin. She should have an easy tap in for the par.
The best feeling in the world. I mean, the job is done, just a few shots left.
Nothing better than being able to lay up your second to last throw here on the 18th hole. Valarie will do just that. Closest to the pin, she'll have the tap in and be crowned champion.
Finally, the moment where you can relax. Once that disc is underneath the basket, there we go, big smile. I feel like these emotions are gonna hit her like a ton of bricks as soon as that putt's in.
Owen Scoggins for a share of 4th place. Not too bad. Taking runner up here last year. This year 4th. Kristen Tatar will be your runner up. And your champion, Valarie Mandahano.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Waco Annual Charity Open champion, Valarie Manduano! Congratulations. Val, we have this flag for you too for the last hole.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thanks everyone. Thanks Owen. Congratulations! Thank you. Congrats. Well played. Thank you so much. Thank you, sorry.
There must be a lot of emotions happening right now.
Yep.
Your first big win. You've had a few A-tiers, but this is a Pro Tour win. Can you tell us how you feel?
I feel a lot of emotions. I feel like I'm going to tear up. I want to dedicate this win to my grandfather. He passed away on New Year's, and he was like my father. He raised me so close to him, and he never got to see me win. So I told myself I had to win this year. So this is for you, Dad.
Wonderful, wonderful. We're so excited for you, Valarie, and thank you for that dedication. Any last words for the crowd? Anybody, anything for your sponsors?
Yes, thanks to everyone that followed this week, that cheered me on, that screamed in the crowd. Thanks to my fiance. Thanks to my sister and my dad for being here, my family, my mom for supporting me, my Sita back home for watching. Thanks to all my sponsors, Dynamic Disc, Lucky Ace, Foundation Disc Golf. I have a couple more, but I can't remember right now, but thanks, guys.
That's all right. Let's see you raise that trophy up, girl.
That's all I got.
What an incredibly gutsy performance by Valarie. Congratulations to her as our champion here at the Waco Annual Charity Open. As the family all rolls in, everybody getting the pictures. And so hard fought and yet so well deserved. Val, you've said it before. We see a lot of different champions. We see people get put on this stage and rise to the occasion. What do you make of it?
It's outstanding. And I feel like, you know, the experience and the growth that a player has to go through to get to this point. I mean, there's been a lot of heartache, I'm sure, in her career and her path to success. And it's moments like this where, you know, you forget all that. This is what you do it for. And it's just incredible to see somebody going through that transition. And I can't wait. You know, every time I see a player with that skill, with that amount of skills and at that caliber, to see them finally get the win, you know, that is just this big checkbox. Now it's endless. I mean, the opportunities are limitless now that she has that experience of knowing what it takes and the demeanor you need to have to win a big tournament. So I'm excited to see what the future holds for Valarie, because I feel like this is when it starts. When you get that first big win, we'll see what happens. It's awesome.
The best women in the world on one of the toughest courses in the world, and she conquered it. We're going to break it all down in the OTB after show. We're going to stand down for just a few moments. We'll be back with you right here on the network.
We are dedicated to the game. Developing technology and providing data that helps you take the next step. Whether it's your next training session, league night, or major. Because we believe the best way to grow the sport is to push the sport. And the best way to do that is together. We're focused on the future to make that happen.
I'm Garrett Girthy. People know me as Double G. I've been making Double G craft jerky since I was 16 years old.
And while Kona and I are driving, don't have time to stop and eat, so I always have her grab me a small bag of Double G jerky.
You got smashed cracked pepper on Tuesday. Wednesday you got the garlic.
Late in the round, you know, hole 14, you might need a little pick-me-up. Pull out some Double G jerky.
Grab the big bag because you're gonna have to share.
You can find Double G craft jerky at doublegjerky.com.
When you find yourself struggling on the green, one of the biggest things that can help you is having confidence in your putt. Disc.dot is here to provide exactly that. This easy-to-use product gives you immediate feedback, letting you know, hey, that was like a super good putt. We should definitely do that again. So if you want to take that next step in your putting game, make sure you head over to disc.usa.com and use one of our amazing team members' discount codes to not only support what they're doing, but support Disc.dot overall.
The crowd was so spectacular today. Just the energy from you all was just amazing.
I love you, Oregon!
And our runner-up and champion embracing there on the 18th green. So impactful as we see Valarie going and collecting her trophy, also the dedication. It was absolutely amazing to see. Welcome everyone to the OTB After Show, joined by Valarie, Jenkins, and Val. Wow, I have to take a breath for just a moment to soak it all in, and I can only imagine what Valarie and her family are thinking right now, as this is the largest win. We've seen her take down A-tiers before. She's had 5 of them in the past. Coincidentally, 3 of them, I believe, came in the form of Texas tournaments, so playing very well in her home state there. But to then get to that next level, as you talked about, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's so fun to see. You know, clearly she feels good when she's playing in Texas. So to get the first big win here, I mean, you can hear the crowd calling out her name, cheering for her, you know, when her shot landed inbounds off the tee on 17. And of course, they got to watch front row on that up shot on 17, but just absolutely outstanding the way that she played. I mean, she was fully focused on every one of the shots she threw, even 15 and 16 when Kristen started to creep in. I mean, she gave her 2 strokes on those 2 holes. The pressure was on 17, and she made it happen. And that's what all that matters. And that experience right there, you can't buy it.
You certainly can't. You use the word focus. I'm going to sprinkle in the word composure, and I think she had both of them. Those were the ingredients. Let's take a little look back at some of those highlights that we saw from her out there today. Starting off on hole number 1, we saw a few of our competitors with struggles. This was a headwind, which they weren't expecting. You know, we didn't see that in the first 2 rounds, but she went up and not only put herself in position, but then also was able to convert on the putt. And then she got into the wooded section of the course, and it didn't seem to matter, just lacing the fairways and doing everything she needed to do to put herself into position.
I mean, this putt right here I'd forgotten about. Deep in the woods, cashing it in for a birdie.
It just really didn't seem to matter, as when it was all said and done, she collected 9 birdies on today's round. She did have 2 bogeys in the early goings, but again, she came back. She fought back. At one point, she was actually 1 over par on the day, and then she ends up finishing 7 under. So focus, composure, everything leading up to this shot, which sealed the deal, and just simply in awe.
And regardless of what the wind was doing, her drives were so accurate. I mean, her putting certainly helped her out. I mean, absolutely incredible performance.
And she is going to take home the trophy. That's what we're here playing for here at the Waco Annual Charity Open presented by Prodigy. It's been a heck of a weekend. We've dealt with daylight savings. We dealt with wind, snow, rain, just a little bit of everything. Temperatures today almost a full 20 degrees warmer or 30 degrees warmer than how they started the weekend. So it was a matter of battling all of those elements. And then when it was all said and done, Valarie came out on top. And
wait, no, that
yeah,
one.
not you this time. You've already got 4 world titles. You've got hundreds of victories. Now another Valarie's going to try.
She's just getting started.
She is stepping into that spotlight. And in doing so, she's going to throw one of the best shots of the day, I'm assuming. And let's head over to it. The OTB, only the best shot of the day. I'm sorry, but this seems like an all too obvious choice, as hole 17's approach sealed the deal.
With the wind pushing from left to right, just to see the amount of control that she had on that disc. I just can't get over how technical this shot was. I mean, knowing that turning it over a little bit, the wind could take full control, send her out of bounds, maybe even roll and go out of bounds left. I mean, there were so many things that could go wrong in that shot, and she hit it perfect.
We even have a drone angle on the best shot of the day, thanks to OTB. Coming in from behind the green on hole number 17. I think about standing on that spot and just how narrow that fairway is, and the pressure and the immensity of that entire situation, and the fact that she was able to deliver the way she did. You have to say she completely earned that win. It was a great battle. Kristen Tatar pushing her as far as she could, but when it was all said and done, it was Valarie that came out on top. So congratulations to her, and congratulations to all of our competitors as they battled those conditions throughout the weekend. Along with the camera crew and the rest of the staff on site, volunteers, everyone that had any part of the production overall for this weekend. Val, we're going to close it out from one champion to another. We're going to close out our FPO action here on the Disc Golf Network for the Waco Annual Charity Open. It's been incredible to be here. Thank you for all the insights and all the amazing commentary. It was an honor to be here in Bend. But don't go too far, because at 3:30 Central we're going to be back. Let's hope that the conclusion of the MPO action can be nearly as exciting as this is. Again, 3:30 Central. We'll see you there on the Disc Golf Network.